Good morning, everyone. I'm Kate Ford. I'm the newest member of the County Planning Commission, and I'm chair for the remainder of 2025. This is my first meeting in Santa Maria. I'm very glad to be here. So welcome to the October 8th, 2025 meeting. Please stand now and face the flag. Put your hand over your heart, and we will say the Pledge of Allegiance. Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ms. Castro, could you please continue with the TV coverage announcement and follow that with the roll call?
Okay, good.
We have a little technical issue.
Commissioner Cooney,
Here.
Commissioner Reed,
Here.
Commissioner Hart,
Present.
Chair Ford,
I'm here.
and then Commissioner Martinez will be already with later. And then we have a quorum.
Great, thank you so much. Now, Mr. Wilson, will you continue with the status report and then follow up with the projection report, please?
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. In regards to the status of our agenda today, we have one item on consent, and then we have 3 items on our standard agenda. And just for informational purposes for anybody that's going to be viewing and for the commissioners, the last item, which is the environmental justice element, we have a definite don't start earlier than time, which is 12:30 p.m. So we won't be able to start that until after 12:30. So as we conclude our morning's business, then we can set a definite time certain for that item to be heard in the afternoon. So which may mean we need to take a longer break, but the reason for that is the interpreter is not available until after 12:30. So that would be for the third item, the environmental justice element. The other 2 items on the agenda, the Brick Barn Winery and special events was a continued item from an early meeting, as well as and then we have the Orchard Terrace Apartments Development Plan. And staff is ready to present on both of those items today. And so that concludes the standard agenda items, and I can move to the projection report, Madam Chair, if you'd like.
Please.
Looking towards the future hearing dates, our next scheduled hearing is on October 29th, and that will be in Santa Barbara. And then there are 2 items on that agenda. We have a telecommunication item, as well as we have the item that we had a workshop on earlier, which is the streamlining and housing accommodation amendments to the ordinances. And then after that, we will have our next hearing on November 5th. We have 1 item listed in that, and that is located, it's projected to be in Santa Barbara. It's a Los Alamos project to the Meyer Mixed Use Project. And then on November 12th, we've continued to have that scheduled as a workshop for the Recreation Master Plan. We're holding that date and trying to target to have that workshop. But I'll advise the commissioners as we move closer to that if we need to reschedule that. But as of right now, we're shooting for November 12th for that workshop on the Recreation Master Plan, which is going to be covering policy amendments and ordinance amendments related to the Recreation Master Plan. So the workshop isn't on the Recreation Master Plan, it's more on the ordinance amendments and policies supporting the Recreation Master Plan. Then following the November 12th hearing, which is in Santa Maria, then we have, our next hearing is December 3rd, which we have one item, which is an appeal of a single-family dwelling in the Santa Barbara area. And that December 3rd is in Santa Barbara, and there's 3 items on that. We have, there's 2 appeals with that on that date, as well as the general zoning and ordinance amendment package for the year 2025 on that date from Long Range Planning. Nothing projected for December 10th, so that could take us to the end of the year for the projection report, Madam Chair and Commissioners.
Thanks very much. Onward. Ms. Castro, this is public comment section. Are there any requests for public testimony on items which are not on today's agenda?
We did not receive any slips. And if you're online and wish to speak on an item not on today's agenda, please raise your hand. Not seeing a raised hand, no public comment.
Thank you. Now on to Planning Commissioner's informational reports. I'd like to ask my fellow colleagues on the commission if any of you would like to announce a report on something related to our work. Mr. Park.
A couple of things. This is all related to AEO. Often I bring up problems at this time, but I don't want to be that guy that only does that. So I've got some good news, I think, here. And one is that Governor Newsom signed Assembly Bill 518. That's the bill that was approved by the Senate just a month or 2 ago. And it enables the remote camping section of our Ag Enterprise Ordinance. That's basically telling us that if you have campgrounds that have 9 or fewer sites, these are called low impact under the state legislation, then they can be installed without all of the environmental health considerations and infrastructure that we would usually have. And that would include water systems and especially wastewater systems. So there you can use tanks and haul things away and so forth. And it's something that was a key part of our ordinance. We spent time on it, but we knew it never would really be useful until this state bill passed, and now it has. So I think that's great news. And you know, people hear about hip camps. This is the typical hip camp would fall under that category. So the hip camp people are very excited about it. Second, this weekend we had our first major event under our Ag Enterprise Ordinance, and I jokingly call it probably the first legal event on a ranch in 50 years, fully legal under the zoning ordinance. It was my Fall Fiesta endurance ride, drew 60 riders on the Ted Chamberlain Ranch. It was a great success. People had a great time on the ranch, saw a lot of wildlife. If you went up there today, you could not tell that we were even there. So it's just hit all the check marks for the AEO. Great fun time, and that's 60 folks that'll disperse across the state, telling people how great Santa Barbara is for that kind of thing. I gave a little talk on the AEO, by the way, at our ride meeting, and just explained we were working under the auspices of this new ordinance. And people said, "Is that statewide?" I said, "No." And they said, "Well, it should be. So can you tell us how to do it in our counties?" So we'll have to go to the Ag Tourism Summit. Maybe David Lackey won't want to come this time, but we'll find one of you, and we'll push that in gear. So that's my announcement.
Thanks very much. Any other comments or reports? Seeing none, at this time we'll move on to consider the meetings for September 24th, 2025. First of all, Commissioners, do we have any edits? Seeing none,
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, slow with my button this morning.
very
but,
sorry. Please go ahead, Mr. Cooney.
Every now and then, those of us sitting up here call to our clerks the attention that there may be a correctable item, and I found one on page 2 under the second action. It indicates that there was a vote of 5-0 to approved, and so we need to get rid of the D at the end of approved.
Oh, there you go.
That's my contribution for the next few months.
And a fine contribution it is. Thank you. Do you want to turn your mic on?
Yeah, I have a question. Here's a question. To approve the minutes of September 3rd, which is that same sentence Commissioner Cooney was talking about.
Yes.
One of us wasn't a commissioner on September 3rd. And we didn't have 5 people present. We only had 4 commissioners present, so maybe it needs to say 4-0.
Well, it's a little bit of a technicality. Are you referring to me?
Yeah,
Because I think that
if you weren't in the
actually
meeting.
you can
vote to
approve
the
meetings
minutes?
if you trust that they're correct and you trust your minute taker. But I'm not sure what the
So Chair Four and
But the
I
plan
did
is here.
discuss that in advance of the hearing, but I did watch the tape because I did question that myself in the notes.
Okay.
So the minutes are a reflection, so she did vote to approve the minutes. So the
Okay.
minutes are accurate
Yeah.
as to what occurred.
Okay, yeah. Just a technical question, yeah.
Thanks for bringing it up.
Madam Chair, I will move approval of the minutes subject to the comments made.
Sounds great. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. And so all in favor, please just raise your hand and say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Therefore, the motion carries. The minutes have been approved. That takes us on to the director's report. Is Director Plowman here? Oh, great. So whenever we're successful with getting her online, she'll continue with her report and hearing summary. Director Plowman, we understand you're online?
Can you hear me?
Yes, now, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have a new computer and they've changed the microphones on me, so I every time I get on a new system, it's different.
Sure.
Okay, so just a few things to report today. We have the housing element rezones that were in the coastal zone going to the California Coastal Commission hearing in November. So those were for 4 sites that we've looked at in the coastal zone during the housing element update. That includes 3 in Carpinteria and 1 in Isla Vista. And then just a quick report is that there was the APA conference, the American Planning Association conference last week. We had a number of planners go. Sometimes planning commissioners will even go to that. They do have items at the conference that are focused on planning commissioners. But it was, I think, really well received. A lot of new information out there, and always inspires our planners when they come back from those conferences to apply the things that they're learning from what other jurisdictions are doing to solve problems that we see in our communities. And that was in Monterey. There is the Planning Commissioners, California California Planning Commission Association that has conferences, and it's October 24th and 25th this year. So that is specifically for planning commissioners. It's in Tulare County this year, if any of you have an interest in going to that. And then I just have some future board items I wanted to make sure you're aware of. The modifications that the Coastal Commission made to the cannabis ordinance are going to the board on October 21st. We also have a report on orphan and idle wells in the county that will be heard on the 21st. And then the oil and gas item, which is an opportunity for the board to give CSD, Community Services Department, and Planning direction on the future of oil and gas in Santa Barbara County. On November 4th, we have the question of whether, well, it's a return of the item regarding the transfer of ownership of the San Ynez unit, the pipeline, and POPCO, and all of the equipment associated with the oil that comes from the platforms, the transfer of ownership from Exxon to Sable. That was an item that was heard by the Planning Commission some time ago. It went to the board. They were unable to make a decision. It was a 2-2 vote on the board. It is now coming back to the board on November 4th for another attempt, as directed by the courts, to take action on that. We have the building code update also on November 4th. And we have the Sutar appeal in Isla Vista, which will be heard on December 9th. And then the department's fee ordinance will be going in December also to the Board of Supervisors. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks so much. Fellow commissioners, any questions? Mr. Cooney? Your mic's off.
My mic's off on purpose.
Okay. Seeing no questions, we'll move on, and thank you, Director Plumman. Let's go on to the consent agenda today. We just have one item today, and as a reminder, consent agenda items do not typically require reports, presentations, public or extended public comment. So, Ms. Castro, will you read this item into the record, please?
The hearing on the request of James Cleary, a real property agent, real property division, general services, to consider case number 25 GOV 00010, application filed on September 2nd, 2025, for a determination that acquisition of easement for a proposed parking area and multi-use trail.
Thank you. Are there any concerns from my colleagues or requests to pull this item? Mr. Reed?
Yeah, I have a question. I think I would like to see some verification as to exactly which district this item lies in. I noticed our projection report says 3rd district. I noticed the memorandum says 4th district. When I look at the map I have, I notice that the 4th district moves down the west side of Lompoc, but I can't tell if it's on Floridale or Bailey Avenue. And to me, both of those appear west of this Bodger parcel. So could we get some confirmation that it is indeed in the 4th district and not in the 3rd?
So, Madam Chair and Commissioner, since Commissioner Reed is wanting to ask questions on it, we're going to have to pull the item off of consent and put it on the standard agenda.
Yeah.
And then we'll have public comment. I understand the staff and the supervisor are here today to answer those questions, as well as Mr. Seawards, who can ask that question. So we'll now consider that item pulled off of consent, and we'll have it on our standard agenda.
Okay.
Thank you very much. That makes sense. And we'll go on to the standard agenda, and we can just continue on with the questions and the answers and any public comments. So please go forth.
Good morning, Commissioners. Staff behind me Gwen Baylor, Emily Fisher worked on this memo. They're verifying that it's District 3, to answer your question. Yeah.
So then the memo will need to be changed.
The memo says District 4?
Yes,
Sure.
both iterations, the original one and then the supplemental one we just received. So that'll change it and put it properly into the third. Okay.
So, Madam
Yeah.
Chair and Commissioners, we don't need to amend the memo. We can just
Okay.
correct it at this hearing.
Okay.
And so we'll just correct it. So any motions, we'll just say as modified at this hearing. So we don't need a new memo. We can just
Okay.
correct that memo here.
Well, then-
So it's District 3, not District 4.
Right. So then can I so move that the memo be corrected?
If
I
you
would
want to,
say you,
when you get ready to make the motion, you can do that.
let me just
Okay.
see if there are any other questions or if there is public comment. Mr. Park?
Let's see, the recent events have surpassed my comment, but I was just going to ask if there was going to be anyone here from the public that wanted to speak on this. And I wanted to say it's a great project that was the result of a great deal of work, effort by the local foundation in fundraising. And then I thought we'd keep it on the consent agenda, but now we're not on the consent agenda, so I just said what I had to say. And I'm eager to hear if there's any public comment to share in this great moment to get this trail on Bodger Hill.
Thank you very much.
So, Madam Chair, I believe we do have a member of the public that'd like to speak.
Wonderful,
And they're
thank you.
representative of the Lompoc Trails Association.
Great, please.
Hello, Dave Baker, Lompoc Trails. And I wasn't prepared to speak on this. More than happy to answer any questions that go along with it. We've been working on this project for a long time. Our concept is bringing public access trails to private lands. We own the property, and we just want to do good things for the community. And so this has been a long, long endeavor, and this current process has been 13 months in the making with 4 years before that of planning and pushing forward. And I look forward to this continuing to push forward. So thank you to everyone for the support. Any questions?
Mr. Park?
I just want to thank you for coming. It may seem like an anticlimax at this point for all the great work you've done, but we're here to celebrate this really wonderful project. Thank you.
We're very excited. Thank you very much.
Yes, thanks for your comment. And now, Mr. Reed, would you like to make the motion?
Yeah, first I'll say, when I looked at it, I thought it looked like a great project and great trails, but I was surprised that it was attributed to my district, hence my questions. So I would like to make a motion to correct the memorandum so this great project can move ahead.
And to approve it?
Yes.
Thanks. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thanks, Mr. Park. So, Ms. Castro, could you please do a roll call for the vote?
Commissioner Cooney,
Aye.
Commissioner Reed,
Aye.
Commissioner Park,
Yes.
and then Chair Ford.
Yes.
The motion passes 4-0.
Now we'll continue with the standard agenda, and I want to begin by noting that although I wasn't sitting on the commission at the first Brick Barn Winery hearing, I have reviewed the video and all of the documentation. So with that, Ms. Castro, could you read the item into the agenda? Or into the minutes.
The following is the request of case number 22 RVP 00000016 and case number 22 CUP 00000004, and that determination that previously adopted mitigated negative declaration MMD 16NGD 000017 and addendum are adequate and no subsequent environmental impact report or negative declaration is required. To CEQA guidelines sections 15162 and 15164.
I appreciate that. Let's continue with the staff presentation on the Brick Barn Winery Tier 3 request.
Should we have our ex parte disclosures before that?
I believe the interpreter has their hand up and would like to say something. Could we acknowledge them?
Okay, Salvador, I unmute. You just have to go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yes. Are you able to hear me?
Yes,
Can you
we
hear
can.
me? Okay. Should I start interpreting? I've been sitting here waiting to be told that I'm in the Spanish room.
Sir, I believe, yes, that the intent was for you to interpret the meeting. this morning.
Yes. So normally when we start, I'm told you're being placed into the Spanish room. Go ahead and start when we start. And I asked when I connected, and I was told that I would be placed in it, but I haven't been told yet if I have or not.
Can we just take a short technical
Let's just take a short break to clarify and make sure everything is
Yes.
working and everyone's online who should be. We will take a 5-minute break. Thank All right, fellow commissioners, let's begin and reconvene. So with that, Ms. Castro, will you please read the item into the agenda? I guess she already did it. Great. So first, may I ask for any ex parte reports from my colleagues on the commission? Mr. Reed.
Yes, Commissioner Park and I we met with Alicia Harrison concerning Brick Barn to discuss the item.
As did I. Any others? Mr. Park.
Yes, and I had a very long, several hours long meeting at the winery in September with Mitch Rosen, who is the trustee for Norman Williams, who owns the property, and the manager, it's Elizabeth, right? Good, was there as well. And then I've had some follow-up phone conversations with Ms. Harrison as well.
Thanks very much. And with that, let's continue with the staff presentation on the Brick Barn Winery Tier 3 request, please.
Hi, good morning, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Kathleen Volpe, and I will be presenting the Brick Barn Tier 3 Winery and Special Events project. The project was initially reviewed by the Planning Commission on July 30th. At the hearing, the Commission provided feedback. They discussed the number of annual events, requested a more refined description of the type of special event, and asked staff to consider an annual compliance condition. The project was continued until October 8th, today, to allow the applicant time to consider the feedback. After reviewing the comments from the Commission, the applicant has made several revisions to the project request. These include reducing the number of special events per year, providing additional details on the type of special events to be held at the winery, adding an additional location for amplified music within the East Courtyard, including shuttle services for larger special events and upon client request, and providing incidental food services for gatherings that do not qualify as a special event. The applicant has reduced the requested number of special events per year from 40 to 26. This slide shows the proposed new breakdown of special event sizes. Of note, the breakdown includes an increase in the number of 500-person events from once per year to twice, and weddings will continue to be limited to 12 times per year. The description of the types of special events has been further detailed to demonstrate a clear focus on supporting growth of wine production and club membership for the subject winery, and more broadly, support of the California wine and ag industry as a whole. Staff has reviewed the proposed project description changes and provided a revised CEQA addendum. The updated environmental analysis confirmed that the revision to the project scope would continue to result in either less than significant impacts or no environmental impact. Noteworthy areas of focus included noise and transportation, which will be discussed in the following slides. Given that the revisions to quantity and size of proposed events, the applicant had ATE prepare an addendum to the original traffic, parking, and VMT report. While the increase in 500-person special events would increase the annual average daily trip, AADT, by 1, the reduction in number of special events per year will reduce the overall AADT from 68 to 63. The chart on this slide demonstrates the new breakdown of AADT for this project. Additionally, the report analyzed potential changes to the level of service, LOS, and determined that there would be no change in LOS for roadway or intersection operations. The site is projected to continue to operate at LOS-A at the roadway and LOS-C or better at the driveway intersection under each scenario and cumulatively. Therefore, no additional impacts to transportation are anticipated. The project description revisions included proposing an additional location for live music along the southern perimeter of the East Courtyard. The new location is shown in blue on the site plan on the right. RS Acoustics Inc. prepared an addendum to their original noise analysis. to study potential noise impacts from the new location. The chart on the left shows the predicted noise levels of each event. The addendum concluded noise levels are expected to remain at or below 65 dBA at the property line and will continue to comply with applicable county noise thresholds. Responding to feedback offered by the Commission at the July 30th hearing, staff incorporated an annual compliance monitoring condition that requires the applicant to maintain an annual log of special events. It is shown here in this slide. The applicant is requesting the existing parking management plan condition be updated to reflect the reporting timeline in this compliance condition. This would update the parking management condition to provide reporting for the first 5 years and then upon request. Staff is supportive of these changes. Excuse me, sorry. In summary, the applicant has responded to feedback from the Commission and revised the project request. The project, as revised, continues to be consistent with the comprehensive plan, including the Santa Ynez Community Plan and the LUDC. No new environmental impacts were found, and a revised CEQA addendum has been provided. Based on the information and analysis provided in the staff report, staff memorandum, and in this presentation, staff recommends that your commission make the required findings for approval, determine the project is exempt from CEQA, and approve the project subject to the revised conditions of approval included as attachment B to the staff memorandum. Staff is available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this time, I'd like to ask my colleagues if you have any clarifying questions, keeping in mind that we have time in a few minutes for opinions, perspectives, and debate. Mr. Park, a clarifying question.
Yes. I note that the project description has some change regarding weddings, wedding-related events. And are you prepared to refer to that, or should that be a question for the agent?
We could probably refer to the agent for that.
Let's do that. That'll work.
Seeing no other further questions, I think we'll move on to the applicant's presentation. Hello. Do you have any idea how much time you need?
Just a few minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to keep my remarks brief today. So first, good morning, Chair Ford and Commissioners. My name is Alicia Harrison with Brownstein, an agent for the applicant Brick Barn Winery. As you know, we were last before you on July 30th to review the requested development plan revision and conditional use permit to increase the number and size of special events allowed on the property, at which time the Commission provided comments for our consideration. Following the July 30th hearing, we had the opportunity to meet with Commissioner Park and Commissioner Reed to discuss and deepen our understanding of the concerns and community sensitivities raised during the hearing, which we greatly appreciated. To address those comments, Brick Barn has recontemplated their proposed programming and revised the project description to be responsive and respectful to the comments that have been raised. Staff has gone over those comments or the changes in the revised project description in detail, so I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And I'll just briefly touch on them. The primary one is the reduction in the total number of special events from up to 40 to up to 26, and adding one additional event up to 500 attendees. We also included a description of the types of events, the goal of which is to include language that Brick Barn intends to cater to wine-focused events that match and support their brand and support the growth of their Brick Barn Club wine membership and support the agricultural and wine industry, California and local. Also to address the location of live music, so to have flexibility there, which was brought up in the hearing last time, provide a noise assessment to allow that flexibility within the East Courtyard. and to provide a provision for shuttle services for larger events or upon request of the client, which would include working with patrons, local vendors, and hotels to provide options for larger events to get to and from the events, to ease on the site parking as well as the movements on and off the site. As noted by staff, to address monitoring and reporting, staff provided a new condition to require reporting on these special events for the first 5 years and then upon request thereafter. We have reviewed this condition language and it is acceptable to Brick Barn. And also, as noted by staff, we did request that the traffic management plan condition that monitors the parking and use of parking per special events be revised to include that same timing. So it would be so that the monitoring reports are consistent. So it would be for the first 5 years and then upon request thereafter. Commissioner Park raised the question about the weddings. So we'd be self-limiting to up to 12 wedding events per year, and this would be weddings and or receptions is how we've written it into the project description. So it could be a large ceremony, a large reception, or it doesn't have to be large, but ceremony, reception, or the combination of the two would count as a wedding as to that limitation on the wedding events. Let's see. Lastly, I just wanted to bring attention to the public comment letters that were received since the July Commission hearing. Hopefully you saw the letter that came in immediately after our July hearing from the adjacent neighbor, westerly neighbor, which was a discussion point for the last hearing. That came in one day late for that hearing, but it was submitted by that westerly neighbor and indicating that they're supportive of the project and the changes at the Brick Barn Winery. We also received this week a letter from We Watch, who had originally submitted a letter in July with a number of questions about the project, and now they've submitted with the revised project description a support letter, and 2 more neighbor support letters, which are in addition to the neighborhood support letters, Vintners Association letter, and Buellton Chamber letter that are already on the record for the July hearing. So overall, in sum, we feel that the project description before you today adequately addresses the Commission's concerns and comments, and this concludes our presentation, but we are available for any questions. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And so I'll start with Mr. Reed.
Just for a bit of clarification, you're asking for 12 wedding events a year, and that is going to come out of the 26 event total?
That is correct. 12 of those 26 would be limited, and it would be an up to 12 per year. So those 12 events could be used for other events, but they could be wedding events. So 12 of the 26 would be limited up to.
Then just as a refresher, for a largely highly attended event, you get up near the 500s. How is your parking management going to work for that?
We have valet parking available. So the valet, they would drive into the front of the winery facility. Valet would take the car up to, and I apologize, I did not put together a PowerPoint slide, but there's a large open field parking area that is north of the Brick Barn facility. So most of the parking would be for special events, for a 500-person event, would be up in that field, or it's not, field area. And then also there's an existing arena that is part of this proposal would be used for parking as well. So between those two areas, well, a 500-person event would mean that wine tasting is closed. So we would have access to the existing parking lot in front of the Brick Barn facility, the arena parking lot, as well as the open lot parking lot. And our calculations in the staff report indicate that we meet the parking requirements. And in addition to that, what we added is a provision related to shuttle services. So for large events, Brick Barn would offer to coordinate those services so that the event could have the opportunity to have a hotel location where there would be a shuttle pickup and bringing to the site, and And that could be available to other events that are smaller, depending on the needs of those particular special events.
And for those valet services you're going to have, I would assume, although you can tell me, are they going to be at a volume and a level sufficient to avoid a line of cars extending out into 246 waiting for the valet?
We will certainly have, I can't remember what the number is, but it does, there's a ratio that we would follow for a 500-person event. There would be a certain amount of valet runners, as well as someone there in charge of just the site directions and operations on the site to make sure things are moving. But one advantage to this site too is there is quite a long driveway from 246 to the winery facility. We do not anticipate that there would be a backup on 246 of cars for that turning movement to get onto the site.
All right, thank you.
And Mr. Park, please.
Yes. Something I'm going to comment on in deliberations is the addition of the extra 500-person event as accommodating future events that would occur in the daytime for athletics. Basically, a lot of wineries have runs now. And I just wanted to get a confirmation for the commission, without it coming from my guesswork, as to how many surrounding acres does Mr. Williams own and control?
So this site is 35 acres, and the surrounding property that has the other vineyard, so one vineyard is on the property where the winery is, and I believe that's about 1,200 acres. And then with family partnership, there are other large holdings in the surrounding area as well.
That's good enough. Thanks.
Thank you. No further questions. So, Ms. Castro, do we have any public comments on the, oh, she's not here. Mr. Villalobos, do we have any public comments?
I have not received any physical speaker slips. If anyone online would like to speak on this item, raise your virtual hand and I'll call on you. Seeing no hands raised.
Thank you very much. Now I'll call for just deliberation from my colleagues. Yes, Mr. Park.
It's in my district, so I'll go first. We raised a lot of issues at the last hearing. Ms. Harrison and her team has addressed all of those issues, which pleases me. And I spent a lot of time with Mr. Rosen, who's essentially the decision maker there on that. So I know he believes in the project and will follow through with this stuff. We addressed frequency of events. There's no magic number there, but it's the best that we could come up with. And I noted that in the time since the project, and of course, and before the first project hearing, I've received very few comments, really none, from members of the public on just what the right number is. So if you don't think that we hit it, well, we'll have another shot at other wineries, I think. And of course, we appreciate hearing from people. But I think we did our best, addressed the shuttle question, which I think is important. When I talk to my constituents, they're not always talking about the parking that's available at a given winery for an event, but also the traffic on the roads. And it's important to note that this winery is on a 4-lane public highway, and it's right next to Buellton. It's probably got the best traffic service of any winery I can think of in the county. And that, so if you think this is too much for every winery, well, not every winery will get this. They'll have to go through the same CUP process, and we'll examine whether their circumstances support it. And they've, I think, made an appropriate change to the how we handle weddings. It's a slightly larger number, but it's a broader definition, and it should work. So I'm all for supporting this project.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Reed, please.
When this appeared to us at our prior hearing, I think we gave it a pretty rigorous examination. combined with site visits, and then following that, discussions with the applicant and their agent. And, we made several requests, and I think they have done a commendable job in accommodating those requests, perhaps even more. So I would be fully in support of moving this project ahead.
Thank you. And Mr. Cooney, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My comment is based on the difference in the project, as indicated today by Ms. Harrison, with the original proposal that we reviewed on the 30th of July. And I think all of the changes that I could contemplate in our first hearing were taken care of. So I'm prepared to support this project as is.
And thank you. I could just would like to add that although I'm very new to the project and the commission, I was gratified to see the response to concerns. It was very thorough and comprehensive, and also all the public comments that I saw were positive and very supportive, and I appreciate Mr. Park's work on it, so I too support it. With no further comments, I'd like to call for the motion.
I'll make the motion. Normally, there's a slide up on the screen that gives me the recommended actions, and bingo,
There you
it
go.
is. Okay. So I'll move that we make the required findings for the project, including the CEQA findings, determine that the previously adopted MND is adequate, and we don't need an EIR or a revised negative declaration, and that we approve the project, subject to the revised conditions of approval that are included in the attachment to the memo.
Appreciate that. And a second?
Madam Chair, if we could really quick, for clarification, there was a request by the applicant to modify those conditions to include a slight change to the condition for compliance to ensure that the traffic compliance matched the compliance condition. And so we have as modified today as a qualifier on that last recommended action. I just want to clarify if that's what you intend to include as well.
Well, you read my mind. That's exactly what I intended.
Ah, yes. Thank you. And now is there a second?
Yes, I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. So, Mr. Villalobos, will you call for the roll to vote?
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Commissioner Park.
Aye.
Commissioner Reed.
Aye.
And Chair Ford.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
May I recommend, Chair Ford, that you make a post-hearing site visit?
Oh, I plan to.
And
Sounds like a great place where a lot of fun could ensue.
Madam Chair, can we take a short break just to change out staff?
That would be fine. Is 5 minutes long enough?
Perfect.
Will you put it on the timer?
Sure.
Thank you. All right, now we'll reconvene to the next item, and that regards the Orchard Terrace Apartments Development Plan. So, Mr. Villalobos, will you please read the item into the agenda, into
Yes.
the minutes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of Jean Broussard, agent for Affordable Housing Land Consultants LLC, to consider case number 24 DVP 29, 25 CUP 28, and to accept the previously filed notice of exemption prepared for the 99-unit 100% affordable housing development project described in the development agreement, case number 23 ORD 4.
Thank you. Now, may I ask for any ex parte reports from my colleagues on the commission? Mr. Cooney.
This light has a way of going on by itself, and this is one time it has, but I have no comment.
Mr. Reed.
Yes, yesterday I had a virtual conference with Ms. Liu and Mr. Broussard of the applicant.
Since this is the first time for this item, Mr. Wilson, I don't need to give any kind of disclaimer. Right. So now let's continue with, let's see, the staff presentation on the Brick Barn Winery Tier 3. No, sorry. Skipping. Orchard Terrace Apartments Development Plan.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Soren Kringle, and I will be presenting the Orchard Terrace Apartments Development Plan, case numbers 24 DVP 29 and 25 CUP 28. So the subject parcel is 4.15 acres in size and is zoned design residential. The project site is located at 1331 Foster Road, also known as Keysite H, in the Orca Community Plan. The site contains an existing school, as well as a county abandoned roadway that will serve as the access point for the proposed project. The site is located directly adjacent to the 101 freeway and is surrounded by single-family dwellings to the south, multifamily dwellings to the north, and condos to the west. So for some background history on the project, the first iteration of the proposed project was 100% affordable 61-unit housing development that was approved under Senate Bill 35 as a zoning clearance. This design would have been a single 3-story structure located along the southern portion of the parcel, extending to within approximately 10 feet of the western property line. And subsequent to the approval of the zoning clearance, the county entered into discussions with the developer to explore a redesign of the project that would take advantage of the entire site, break up the single 3-story structure into 4 structures. So the developer ended up pursuing a development agreement in 2023, which guaranteed the project protections, as well as it included additional development standards. And the full DA and its provisions are included as an attachment to the staff report and are analyzed in detail in the staff report. The DA was recommended for approval by this commission in January 2024 and was approved by the Board of Supervisors in March of 2024. So the project before you today is substantially the same as what was anticipated by that development agreement. It's a 100% affordable 99-unit housing development project. The project is spread across the site over 4 buildings. One difference is the project now proposes 150 parking spaces versus the 135 that were proposed, anticipated with the development agreement. So I'm just going to go through the project site now. So we have first of the 4 buildings, Building A, shown here outlined in red. This is one of the 2-story buildings located along Foster Road. It's 2 stories in height, like I said, with a maximum height of 30 feet, and this will have 30 units. Here are some elevations as well. Building B, located directly west of Building A, max height of 32.5 feet with 8 residential units. And then we have Building C, the largest building of the project, located in the center of the site with an over 18,000 square foot footprint with a maximum height of 40.75 feet with 45 units. This building will also contain a community area with shared kitchens, office spaces, restrooms, an exercise room, laundry room, a covered patio, and a mail room. And then finally, we have Building D here, which is, this is the tallest building in the site, 47 feet and a quarter above existing grade with 36 units. So in addition to the residential buildings, the proposed project includes an improved segment of the Woodmere Trail, shown here in green, that was reviewed and approved by County Parks. It also includes a tot lot that will be tucked into the center of the site, like a children's play area. This tot lot will be adjacent to an outdoor fitness area and barbecue area, as well as community gardens. The project also includes a dog park. And then along the western property line, we have a retaining wall privacy fence combination. This, due to its height, requires the conditional use permit that is part of the recommended approval. This allows for the project to provide those 150 spaces, 92 spaces along the western property line are tandem spaces. This allows for the location of those parking spaces, and it also provides shielding from car headlights to the condos to the west. Here's some simulations of the tot lot, the parking area, and we have a landscape plan and views from the 101 and Foster Road. So this project also, in addition to the development agreement I mentioned earlier, this includes Housing Accountability Act protections, which limits the review to objective design standards only and limits the number of hearings the project can be subject to. The project also contains state density bonus law requests. That includes an 80% density bonus, 3 concessions, and 8 waivers. And here are those concessions and waivers. And these were all analyzed in detail in the staff report and were found to be consistent with state and county law. So the project has been analyzed for consistency with the county comprehensive plan, the Orchid Community Plan, Land Use Development Code, including the design residential zone district requirements and the objective design standards, and it has been analyzed for consistency with the development agreement provisions. For environmental review, we relied on the notice of exemption that was previously prepared for the development agreement. And like I mentioned earlier, this project is substantially the same as what was approved by the Board of Supervisors back in March of 2024. And that exemption that was used is the low-income housing exemption that applies to projects with at least 50% affordable units that are not located within an urbanized, that are located within an urbanized area, are consistent with the general plan and do not contain any environmental hazards. Before I jump to the recommended actions, there's one modification to the project description. We just wanted to be more specific about how parking spaces are going to be assigned. So shown there in red, parking space, I'm just adding on this sentence that parking spaces will generally be assigned to tenants based on the number of bedrooms in their unit, 1 space for studio and 1-bedroom units, and tandem spaces for 2- and 3-bedroom units, and that all parking will be assigned on a first-come, first-served basis in compliance with fair housing laws. And if you concur with staff's findings, the recommended actions are as follows: to make the required findings for approval of the project, including state density bonus law requests as specified in attachment A of the staff report, including CEQA findings. Determine that the previously filed notice of exemption prepared for case number 23 ORD4 provides adequate environmental review for case numbers 24 DVP 29 and 25 CUP 28. And approve the project case numbers 24 DVP 29 and 25 CUP 28, subject to the conditions included as attachment B. And that concludes staff's presentation. We're available for questions. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I'd like to now call for any clarifying questions from my colleagues, keeping in mind there's time later for deliberation and opinions. Mr. Reed.
First, so Mr. Kringle, I have a question. Your initial little animation at the beginning of your presentation, was that shot from drone footage or was that AI, or how did you do that?
Commissioner Reed, I actually took that inspiration from social media. They're Google. You can do that with Google Earth and just like create like a pathway that you can fly in and look at a site.
You just did it yourself?
Just did it myself.
From your keyboard?
Yeah, from the keyboard.
I'm enlightened. Oh, right. Well, thank you.
I liked it a lot.
Right
it was
on.
great.
Appreciate that. Appreciate that.
Yeah, maybe you could do a tutorial. Second question. I know right now, I realize from this, with this project has much more setback from the western neighbors, goes from 10 feet to 30 feet. I have a question though about Foster Road. I know the original 3-story institutional looking building, it was very close to Foster Road. Do you know what that distance was?
Chair, Commissioners, so the prior project had parking in the front rather than the structure, and so the goal was to make it feel more pedestrian scale, move that parking towards the back, move the buildings forward. So that was the intent of that design change from the previously approved project to the new project.
But I know some of the complaints we got about the initial project, the first proposal, was they're going to have that 3-story building kind of looming over Foster Road. But now we've gone to 2-story and they're farther back. How much farther? Do you have a?
Yeah, Commissioner Reed, through the chair, that the buildings themselves are actually closer to the front property line because there used to be parking between.
When you say front, you mean Foster Road?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So the idea was to reduce the height of those structures, but bring them forward to be more akin to the residential structures that are already in that neighborhood that are closer to the front property line, move the parking lot that's more unsightly to the back of the property, bring the housing
So
forward.
if you were standing in the middle stripe of Foster Road, looking at those buildings, would your angle of vision to the top of those new buildings be lower than it would have been if you're looking at the 3-story, so it appears less imposing? I guess that's my question.
I would agree with that statement, yes.
They would, okay. All right, now you talk about relief from the sound wall requirement. I know there have been some accommodations made in efforts to reduce sound on the project. You mentioned one in terms of orientation of a building. Could you review that briefly?
Commissioner Reed, certainly. I can actually go back to I jump back here a bit. So if you see building C there, so when the project initially came forward with the development agreement, building C was actually flipped 180 degrees, and that resulted in that tot lot and just the public gathering area being located near the 101 freeway. And that it was then exposed to noise levels that exceeded the county's noise threshold. So after receiving the noise study, the applicant reworked their plans, flipped it so that the tot lot is located, it's protected by building C. Another change that was brought about by the noise study is some of the units along the 101 freeway originally had balconies. Again, those balconies, they were exposed to noise levels greater than county thresholds. So the units located closest to the Highway 101 had to eliminate some of the balconies. Let me know if there's anything else.
Okay, that's good. So I think actually, in my mind, it appears, an improvement with the tot lot and things getting away from the freeway. How many units lost their balconies?
I might defer that to the agent on that.
Okay.
I can find the number for you.
Well,
I don't have it off the top of my head.
Two questions. How many units lost the balconies, and how big were those balconies? Actually, your typical apartment where you can walk out and look over the rail, or big enough to actually do something on?
I can look that up for you and have that number for you.
Okay. All right. Now, just to go through the various concessions and waivers that the applicant received, what were the benefits of each one of those? I noticed they were covered. I like the way they were presented in your report. If you could just briefly summarize the benefit of each one of those concessions and waivers.
Commissioner Reed, well, generally, the waivers were to reduce, the concessions were to reduce costs for the overall project.
Okay.
And the waivers were to allow the project to be developed at the maximum density or the density that it's initially proposed for. For example, when it came to the 40-foot height limit, because there is some grading involved with this project in order to flatten out the site, essentially, the top of building C and D, we're going to exceed that height limit if and without those concessions, they'd lose, the upper floor of those buildings, thus not being able to develop at the allowed density. So in general, that's what the concessions and the waivers were used for.
Okay, because I noticed there was, well, they made a letter of request describing the benefits of each of the waivers with respect to additional units that it each would allow, allowing them to get up to the 99.
Correct. When it came to the waivers, they required each of those waivers in order to be able to develop with up to the 99 units.
Okay. All right. And, well, I've also further, when we get to conditions of approval and all relative ordinances and consistency with all county regulations and applicable ordinances, you found the project consistent with those?
Commissioner Reed, to the chair, that's correct. We analyzed the project again with the comprehensive plan, the land use development code, the specific requirements for the DER zone district that the project is located in, as well as the development agreement provisions. And we found the project to be consistent, of course, with the exception of those concessions and waivers that we talked about.
Okay, because when I look at the findings for approval, I find that I can make all of them based on the report and your analysis. Okay. And then just one last shot with respect. At one time, it had been mentioned to me that someone had thought, perhaps at the beginning at one point, some of this project or all of it may have been for preference for senior residents. Is that a fact? Or because I do not find that supported in any of these materials. Or was that something early on that was later discarded?
Commissioner Reed, through the chair, to my knowledge, there hasn't ever been an age restriction on any of the units. The applicant can best speak to the populations they anticipate that the project will serve, but not in the DA or the prior approval were there age-restricted units proposed. However, I'm sure that just by nature of the composition of the population that may be eligible to live in this housing, it is likely to serve a senior population to some extent.
Okay, thank you. Those are basically all the questions I have at this time.
Thanks very much. Then we will continue with the presentation from the applicant, please.
Madam Chair, just before we get to the applicant presentation,
Yes.
I just wanted to acknowledge Mr. Wilson's exit from the room. He needed to recuse from this item, which is why Mr. Seawards is subbing in for this item.
Thank you very much. Please.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Gene Broussard. I work for AMG and Associates. The applicant is Affordable Housing Land Consultants, which is an entity that we use often. I don't have a presentation per se because Soren did an excellent job kind of presenting the facts of the project and the history. I just want to kind of touch on a few points that I heard talked about, give a little bit of history for everyone just to kind of hear. So our company, AMG and Associates, we specialize in affordable housing. We probably manage and operate approximately 8,000 to 10,000 units across the state of California, Alaska, and some in Arizona, but primarily 95% affordable housing projects. So this is kind of our bread and butter. We understand it. We know that there's a lot of regulations and laws that go into it. So this project will be kind of managed by a professional third-party management company that will come in and kind of understand all the fair housing laws, the income requirements, the rent requirements, etc. The history of the project and some of the waivers, the questions from Commissioner Reed about the waivers. A lot of the old project's a 61-unit project. A lot of discussions with the supervisor's office and the board to come up with this development agreement to create more parking. There's a lot of concern from the neighborhood when we originally got the 61 unit project approved to add more parking. So even when the DA was approved, there was kind of like this soft promise, like, hey, let's increase the parking as much. So we have this nice ratio of 1 stall per unit for the 1 bedrooms, 2 stalls per unit for the 2 bedrooms, which I think is a great ratio to help the operations of the project, because that was a lot of the, you have the HOAs to the north, to the kind of to the east that were raising some concerns about that. So it was kind of like a soft promise to us, like, hey, even though we have this many parking stalls, let's add that. And so what that did is it had some compliance issues with some of that 5-foot setbacks in there. And that's why you see a lot more waivers than we typically have, but they're just pretty small little landscaping setbacks or 5-foot setbacks. And that's to help the parking ratio as kind of the wish of the development agreement. A little like current status of the project, we've submitted for tax credits at the state allocation committee. We submitted in September 9th. We're pretty confident that we'll get an award. As you're probably aware, the coastal kind of large family projects like this have a lot of preference from the state. So we're confident that we would get an award in December. We've seen the scoring list, so we're pretty confident, which would mean we would have to close on the financing 180 days after we receive the award. So probably around sometime in May. Obviously, this would help with the RHNA numbers. We have affordability levels across the board, 30%, 50%, 60%, and 70%. So a pretty wide variation of affordability levels, which I think is a pretty big goal of the county right now, from what my understanding. Some of the questions about the balconies, our quick math, Nancy and I calculated that we lost approximately 18 balconies is what we can think, 3 per floor, per building, for the noise requirements. But we do think by reorienting building C, that really helped, obviously, with the playground and the noise. And then the question regarding the seniors, I think there was some talk early on. The old 61 unit project had a little bit smaller units, so there was some talk maybe this would be better for senior, would help with the parking. But with the new project, we have a significantly better parking count per unit than the old project, so this will be a family project. To Shannon's point, though, because we have a significant, some studios and 1 bedrooms, we do think that there will be seniors that will want to live here. And I just want to thank Soren and Shannon and staff and all the departments, Clean Water. You've probably heard this from other applicants. The staff does an excellent job of making sure we comply with every single standard. And it's not easy to get through, but they're doing their job and they're making us follow the letter of the law. So I want to thank staff, and they do an excellent job, and I'm here for any questions. So, yeah.
Thanks very much. Now, are there clarifying questions from my colleagues? Keeping in mind deliberation is later.
Yeah,
Mr. Reed.
Sure. I had just a couple of questions. Yes, in terms of all your public services, I obviously saw all of those, even your contract with City of Santa Maria for additional water if necessary. One question, the balconies that aren't there, how big were they?
How big were the old units?
No, the balconies.
Oh, the balconies, sorry.
Yeah, I have that number. Commissioner Reed, the chair. About 80 square feet is what the balconies on building C are that were going to be removed.
Okay.
Based off the old plan.
Yeah, and I think that might include, we typically do a water heater.
It does include the water heater.
It includes a water heater, so it's actually less than that. So they're not large per se.
Okay.
But, yeah.
One other question. We're also permitting on the west side, in the front of those tandem parking spaces, a retaining wall and a 4-foot wood wall on top of it.
Una pared como de 4 pies.
Translators on.
Cool. But the retaining wall and a 4-foot wood wall on top of it.
Yes.
So if you're standing on the parking lot level where the car is, how high does that wall extend?
¿Qué tan grande está
If you're standing, if you're standing where the car is.
Can we hold on just for a second, just to clarify? We're having some audio issues.
No, I muted that.
We're all good to go?
Yeah. Because when I looked at the detailed drawing, I couldn't exactly figure out how high that fence was going to be if you happen to be standing where your car is parked.
You're asking about the fence. If you're standing in the parking lot looking that fence.
Looking west, how high is that fence? It's going to be, because it's a retaining wall plus the wooden fence.
It's
right?
it's 4 feet. Yeah, it's the 4 feet privacy fence, and then we have the retaining wall up to 6 feet.
Okay.
And yeah, we actually spent, when Soren was doing their presentation, for me to see that we came here almost 2 years ago was frustrating to me. To take all that was a lot of our delays on our time, but a lot of that internal workings was the site as planned had these much larger significant retaining walls along that whole side. We were concerned about the neighbors, the cost, and so a lot of the rework was the grading to make it work and significantly reduce the size of the walls. I could tell you that that wall was significantly higher.
Oh, good.
Prior.
Yeah. Because my question was just from the drawing, I couldn't tell. I wanted to just make sure you couldn't stand in the parking lot and look into the neighbors' yards or houses, but it's going to be definitely high enough to preclude that.
Yeah, I believe so.
Great.
At the 4 feet, correct, yes. And there's also, from my understanding, there's a pretty decent slope. Like the elevation is quite a bit below where those cars will be parking.
Okay, and then the balance of your landscaping is mainly going to be drought tolerant, those sorts of plants?
Absolutely, yeah. We're going to have to follow all the drought tolerant requirements of the county ordinance for that.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your work in making this development agreement something that's functional. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Park, please.
I think some of the other commissioners might be like me and be wondering, how did this project go from what it was at the beginning to the project under the development agreement with many more units, much better setbacks, much better articulated architecture? I mean, just a much better project. And my recollection is that your footprint is much larger with this project than it was in the first one.
Yeah, I think.
Could you compare that?
Yeah, absolutely. So the SB 35 project, is a project that was lean, efficient from a development standpoint, right? You've concentrated a lot of the units. We use SB 35. We did work with staff. SB 35, if you recall, currently as it stands, requires 0 parking, which we were doing on a lot of projects. We added parking at the time, but there was still a lot of pushback from the neighborhood, the county. We had a lot of conversations, a lot of separate meetings. And, what that resulted in is this better project that's a win for us. We had a little bit more units. We spread out our density, and it's a win for the county, right? We worked a lot with the supervisor's office to kind of go through the different iterations of this. And we have this nice 2-story volume at the front elevation instead of that 3-story. Everyone complained it looked like a hotel. And to their credit, it did have kind of some of that vibe. And now you have this 2-story kind of walk-up garden, I would say more appropriate for the area than the previous project. So we call it kind of a win-win for both the county and us, the development team.
And isn't it more like 3 out of the 4 acres on the parcel as opposed
To answer that question, absolutely. So there is going to be obviously more grading costs because we have spread that density throughout. We were not utilizing a lot of that density behind. We just left it vacant.
Yeah. Thanks.
Of course. Thank you.
Chair and members of the commission, just to add to that too, that was keeping the school in place behind the building. So that also helped bring traffic impacts down, removing that school and spreading it out. So there were other benefits as well.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Seeing that there are no more questions, I'm wondering if there's any public comments. Mr. Villalobos.
We do have one hand raised. Our first speaker will be Rosie Rojo.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Rosie Rojo, and I live on Morning Ridge Road, just a few houses down from the proposed Orchard Terrace site. I also serve on the Edgewood Homeowners Association board. We absolutely understand the need for more affordable housing. Our concern isn't about who will live there, it's about how this project will affect safety, infrastructure, and the overall character of our neighborhood. That's why I'm here today asking you to take a closer look at the findings of approval for Orchard Terrace. Work still needs to be done. Traffic is our #1 concern. Morning Ridge Road is already a busy cut through between Foster Road and Union Valley Parkway. With no traffic calming measures, cars regularly fly by, and we've seen several accidents over recent years. The stop sign near our park, installed last year, was a step in the right direction, but it didn't solve the problem. Most drivers still roll through or accelerate immediately after. Adding hundreds of new daily trips will only increase those risks, putting our children, pedestrians, and cyclists in real danger. Parking is another serious issue. The proposed development simply doesn't provide enough space for residents and guests, which means overflow parking will spill into our neighborhood streets. If state law limits what you can require from the developer, then we're asking the county to step up and help existing residents manage those impacts. And beyond traffic and parking, we're deeply concerned about how the 3-story buildings, retaining walls, and increased activity will alter the quiet, livable character of our neighborhood. Buffers and fencing won't change that reality. Meanwhile, public services like water, sewer, fire, and police are already operating under strain. Our HOA is ready and willing to collaborate on real solutions. For example, a few years ago, we spoke directly with the developer about sharing the cost of installing speed bumps, and they agreed to cover half the cost. The county would not have had to pay for the installation. However, speed bumps were not approved by the county. This would have cost the county nothing, yet we were told no. I respectfully ask you to reconsider these findings and implement stronger enforceable measures such as traffic calming, adequate parking, and concrete assurances for infrastructure and safety. If the developer can't provide them, then the county must. As I stated, we are happy to help. And I'd also like to thank staff. They've been wonderful through this 4-year process, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Are there any other public comments?
If you'd like to speak on this item, go ahead and raise your virtual hand. No additional hands.
Thank you. Now we'll continue on to deliberation and comments from my colleagues. Mr. Reed.
This is an interesting project. It was one of the first projects that in my district that I saw once I was appointed to the board. I recall its original form, a rather institutional cuboidal type structure. Therefore, I can really appreciate the work that applicant has done, the work they've done with both the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors to come up with a project that is greatly improved. I recall actually at the initial hearing getting a little choked up when I looked at the beautiful potential project compared to what had originally been planned. I also appreciate the substantial amount of community comment and input at our initial hearing. But I also appreciate the fact that there has not been as much comment at this hearing. With respect to what we did here, I know Morning, that particular street, that issue came up before. The proposal of speed bumps came up before, but I believe I also recall statements from County Fire and others that was a route often used by emergency vehicles. That may have been the reason the county did not support installation of speed bumps. We are still left with as stated by HOA and residents previously, of perhaps parking conflicts. But that is an area that we as the Planning Commission really don't have any power over. It is certainly something that the Board of Supervisors can look at in terms of instituting parking controls, regulations, or other mechanisms of controlling vehicle speed in the immediate area. I believe the concern, when it was mentioned, this will generate potentially hundreds of new daily trips. I don't believe that was supported by the traffic study. So getting back to the project and its merits, I know no change is going to be completely free of opposition from neighboring residents. But as I said earlier, I sincerely appreciate the work of applicant and of the Board of Supervisors and of Planning Department staff in helping to create a project that will be, I believe, an asset, will be a significant step toward accommodating the housing requirements, particularly affordable housing requirements so badly needed in the county as a whole, and particularly in the North County area. I just appreciate all the work that has gone on, the concessions that have been made, and the progress that has been made by working in a collaborative relationship as a significant improvement over some of the state mandated options. So at this time, I would be completely in support of taking the recommended actions in allowing this to move forward.
Thanks very much. I do want to, before we go any further, offer the applicant time for rebuttal to the public comment if you'd like it.
Thank you, Chair. We've worked with the HOA before, as you heard. We did offer to participate in the cost share of the speed bumps, but I believe that the traffic division, as mentioned, couldn't warrant the justification for that. And as Commissioner Reed mentioned regarding the traffic study, it didn't warrant any additional mitigation. So no further comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Park, please.
You know, this project is just radically better than what we first saw. And I think you've all been kind in referring to the architecture of the original project as what, did I hear, institutional, or like it was a large... I was thinking like Soledad or something, but okay. But we had a lot of public comment the first hearings, and we're not getting it today, so it shows we've accomplished something here. More units, predominantly affordable, lots of parking, kind of amazing for affordable housing, and a lot of public amenities. It is a win-win project. But I want to acknowledge the concerns of our one speaker today. I think they're good points, but we have to look at this as comparing it to what the original project was and how we've just mitigated almost all those concerns with this. But there will be impacts. We have a much better project because we had a development agreement, and we had that largely through the efforts of Supervisor Nelson, which were just huge efforts. The attention that the project had to receive because it was being processed as a development agreement meant that our Board of Supervisors has already been very much involved. And that makes me feel that there's less need for the Planning Commission to dot every I and cross every T on all the different facets of it. It's undergone all that examination already, and it's the best that people could come up with. So I will support it. I used the word celebration earlier today. I think this deserves a celebration.
Thank you so much, Mr. Park. I really appreciate your perspective, especially the historical perspective. And I must say that I'd use your phrase too. This seems very much like a win-win. And of course, there will always be bumps along the road, but I too support this wholeheartedly. And seeing that there are no further comments, I'd like to call for the motion to approve. And should we display it? There we go, thanks. Mr. Reed.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that the commission adopt the recommended actions to make the required findings for approval of the project, to determine that the previously filed notice of exemption provides adequate environmental review for the case, and that the project, case number 24 DVP 0029 and 25 CUP 0028, subjects to the conditions included in attachment B.
Thank you. And do I have a second?
Madam Chair.
sorry.
Before we proceed, staff is pointing out that there was, similar to the last project, a slight modification to one of the conditions. And so we're hoping for some clarity on the motion. I don't know if staff can elaborate on that.
Thanks, Kelly. I think we're just wanting to, for number 3, approve the project subject to the conditions included as attachment B, included as modified attachment B. I just want to remind the commission of this project description change.
Sure. And also incorporate the project description change relative to the parking.
Perfect. Thank you. Mr. Park, do you second it?
Well, with that clarification, I will.
Well, good. And Mr. Cooney.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My comments are not so much with the project details my colleagues have pointed out, but a feeling I developed reading about the project and recognizing that it's early in the potential for significant similar projects that will occur over time. And I think the battle we will have is to definitely support applicants who anticipate the same kinds of things that have been done here. So I'm prepared to support this project, not with 100% support, but the staff made a terrific effort over time to bring a good project to us, and I believe it is as good as the neighborhood can expect.
I appreciate that. We do have a motion and a second already, so Mr. Villalobos, can you conduct the roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Commissioner Park.
Aye.
Commissioner Reed.
Aye.
And Chair Ford.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you very much.
Perhaps we should give Mr. Wilson opportunity to come back in, because I think that we have to address the start time for item number 3 as well.
I'm sorry, say that again, please. About Mr. Wilson coming back in and?
We need just to readdress the issue of the start time for item number 3.
Very good, thank you. Let's take a moment and Mr. Wilson will rejoin us. Please, Mr. Wilson.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, and for those that are in the audience and maybe online, we are going to be going on break until 12:30, where we will resume our Planning Commission meeting, and that we will start promptly at 12:30 with the environmental justice element. And the reason for that is that that time is when we have the in-person interpreters available. And so we'll be on break until 12:30.
Appreciate that. We are also notified, and with that, we will reconvene at 12:30. That's it. See you at 12:30. Good afternoon. We're reconvening to item number 4 on our agenda, and that is the adoption of the environmental justice element. Mr. Villalobos, could you please read the item into the record?
Yes, Madam Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of the Planning and Development Department that the County Planning Commission recommend that the Board of Supervisors adopt a comprehensive plan element, case number 22 GPA 3, adding the environmental justice element to the county comprehensive plan as required by Government Code Section 65302H, and to determine the general plan amendment is exempt from CEQA pursuant to State CEQA Guidelines Section 15061B3.
Thank you. I'd also like to begin by noting for the record that although I wasn't sitting on the commission at the first environmental justice element hearing, I have reviewed the video and all the documentation. And Mr. Wilson, I know you have an announcement.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. For the record, we want to note that Commissioner Reed has recused himself from this hearing today on the environmental justice element and the reasons as stated at the hearing on August 27th.
Thank you very much. With that, let's continue with the staff presentation, please.
If we talked anymore on this.
I understood that possibly you don't.
We don't?
Madam Chair, because this is a legislative item, no ex parte disclosures are required.
Okay, great.
Thanks for the reminder.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you. Alex Tuttle with Long Range Planning, and with me is Zoe Carlson, Danielle Moore, and Whitney Wilkinson. As was stated, we're back after August 27th hearing to continue this item. We do have a presentation for you today, and it's somewhat responsive to some of the questions and comments that we heard at the last meeting. We're going to spend some time today walking through in a little more detail some of the actions and objectives of the policy document so you can get a better flavor for really what this document is, the purpose of the document and its intention behind it. We'll start with a quick refresher just so we're all kind of reminded as to why we're here today. But with that, I will go ahead and hand it off to Ms. Carlson.
Thank you, Chair Ford and Commissioners. So we are here to present the draft environmental justice element, which is a new element to the county's comprehensive plan. And just as a reminder, this element does forward the one county with one future vision through a collaboration with 16 different county departments as well as affiliated agencies who are shown on this slide, and some of them are joining us here in the room today as well as online, and we really appreciate their support throughout the project as well as being here with us today. Just a reminder that this is a required element by the state per SB 1000, and the state does define environmental justice as the fair treatment and meaningful involvement of all people. And the state also requires that our environmental justice objectives are attainable and measurable and actionable. And because of that, we have included an implementation matrix to the environmental justice element that details the actions that the county departments will take in order to achieve the environmental justice objectives. We talked a bit about community engagement at the last hearing, so just a reminder, we did work with the Equity Advisory and Outreach Committee as the advisory group for the environmental justice element. They oversaw a call for artists as well as connecting us with key stakeholders for the project. We also worked with community ambassadors from the Promotores Network who supported us with administering community surveys, both door-to-door as well as community events where they could meet the community where they were. They also supported us in leading and co-facilitating community meetings as well as a multimedia campaign. We did have 4 meetings with the Environmental Justice Element Working Group, which is those 16 different county departments, as well as planning and development, and the 2 affiliated agencies, where we filled in our gaps in understanding of the community needs, and we had subsequent meetings with each of those departments to affirm the final language that you see in the draft environmental justice element for the objectives and the actions. Reminder that the 8 communities shown on this slide are the environmental justice communities that meets the state's criteria for being both low income as well as disproportionately environmentally burdened within the county unincorporated area. And those are Casmalia, Gary, Sisquoc, Los Alamos, New Cuyama, Cuyama, Ventacopa, as well as Isla Vista. As we mentioned in the previous hearing, these communities are also consistent with the disadvantaged unincorporated communities that are currently within our land use element. And staff did work with each of these communities in identifying the objectives and actions for the environmental justice element. These are the 9 policies within the environmental justice element, and each of these policies focuses on a specific requirement for the environmental justice element. All of these policies are focused on how the county, our departments and affiliated agencies, can better provide services to the environmental justice communities, as opposed to developing new regulations or restrictions on development. I'm going to be talking, as well as Danielle will be speaking to all of the objectives within each of these policies, as well as some example actions, so you have a better understanding of the environmental justice element and how we're moving forward with these policies. This slide shows all 6 of the objectives for Policy 1, which is to promote public facilities within environmental justice communities. And for example, Objective EJ 1.1 seeks to remove barriers to access. So looking at our existing facilities and how we can better facilitate communities' use of those facilities. Whereas 1.5 supports and enhances collaboration with private partners as well as public agencies to enhance pedestrian amenities as well, including shade structures and benches along recreational corridors. Here are just a couple example actions under Policy 1, Objective EJ 1.1. You'll see that Action A is shown in green text, which means it's an existing action that the Community Services Department, as well as the General Services and Public Works Departments are already working on, that will continue or be enhanced throughout the implementation of the environmental justice element. This is also indicated in the phase column on this slide with the circle diagram shown there, just highlighting this is a continuing action. Whereas Action B, which is exploring the feasibility of converting county-owned vacant lots and improving the utilization of those, is a new action proposed through the environmental justice element. And the final column to the right, the DA, stands for departmental acronyms, which are also listed at the bottom of the slide for your reference. The department's acronym that are shown in bold are a lead or a champion for that action. And if it's not bold, they're a collaborating partner for that action. Policy 2 is to promote access to healthy and affordable food. And we have 3 objectives for this policy in the environmental justice element, including increasing the connection between local farmers and environmental justice community members, expanding resources for education about illness prevention related to diet, as well as increasing healthy food options. Again, just touching on a couple example actions under Objective 2.1. Increasing farm-to-consumer initiatives, specifically through grant funding, is a new action to be championed through community services in partnership with county health, as well as planning and development. Whereas we will also continue to promote the use of food assistance programs and additional opportunities for community members to get that fresh local food through those programs. Policy 3 is to promote physical activity within environmental justice communities. And there are 3 objectives in the environmental justice element. In order to achieve this, we have culturally relevant opportunities for physical activity, including partnership with schools, as well as improving maintenance in local parks, again, to just increase access. Here are just a couple examples of actions under EJ 3.1. And this will be a continuing effort by the Public Works Department and Community Services, who are co-championing this, on active transportation projects, increasing these specifically with a focus on environmental justice communities. And then the Action C is for increasing arts program, that art and physical activity connection through the Community Services Department. Policy 4 is to improve air quality within environmental justice communities. And we do have 5 objectives for this particular policy. Some of these objectives include reducing wildfire smoke, which is a primary concern across the county, including within environmental justice communities, as well as increasing community engagement, really bringing these environmental justice community members into the efforts to understand the air quality and monitoring. We have just a couple example actions that highlight this. The Air Pollution Control District primarily oversees air quality within the county. However, there are some programs that they partner with through the fire department, as well as community services and Office of Emergency Management, in order to increase incentives for improving air quality through grant programs, as shown through these actions. And I will now turn it over to Danielle to talk us through the rest of the policies.
Thank you for that, Zoe. This slide shows 6 objectives from Policy 5, which is to reduce exposure to pollution within the environmental justice communities. And the focus of this policy is on reducing people's exposure to contaminants in the air, water, food, or soil in their communities, especially for vulnerable populations and on sensitive land uses. And to give an example from this policy is Objective 5.2, which is to not place new industrial and heavy land uses, brand new toxic and hazardous waste facilities within the environmental justice communities. And as another example, Objective 5.4 is to support initiatives and grants that will help reduce air quality emissions within the environmental justice communities. And as the last example, Objective 5.6 is to support programs and projects that will improve water quality and reduce the cost burden on the community members. Next slide, please. This slide shows 2 example actions from Policy 5. The first action is about conducting pesticide use monitoring through the Agricultural Commissioner's Office. And the second action is about reviewing the zoning code for identifying possible opportunities to make adjustments to setbacks. And the first program is already an ongoing responsibility by the Agricultural Commissioner's Office. And the second action is focused on setting back heavy industrial uses from new sensitive land uses. Next slide, please. This slide shows 4 objectives from Policy 6, which is to reduce unique or compounded health risks within the environmental justice communities. The focus of this policy is on reducing compounded health risks for community members, which often can come from multiple exposures within their community or exposures both at home and at work. And to give an example objective from it, EJ 6.3 advocates for continuing to work with Cosmelia community members on minimizing any health impacts they're facing from the Cosmelia Superfund landfill site. As an second example, EJ 6.4 is to further implement climate adaptation strategies within the environmental justice communities. Next slide. This slide shows 2 actions from Policy 6. The first action is about continuing further education and outreach to pesticide applicator workers. And the second action is about securing climate adaptation funding to continue that type of work within the rural environmental justice communities. And both of the actions are already ongoing and existing programs. So this is the first of 2 slides on Policy 7, which is to promote civic engagement within the environmental justice communities. And this slide is showing the first 4 objectives out of a total of 9 total objectives under the policy. And the policy overall aims to further break down the barriers that community members might be facing in civic engagement processes. And to give an example, Objective 7.3 aims to further improve county communications with the communities, especially focusing on translation, interpretation, and accessibility of meetings, materials, and workshops for community members. And another sample objective is EJ 7.4, which focuses on furthering civic engagement opportunities between the county and school districts and schools themselves and any educational institutes. Next slide. This slide shows the last 5 objectives under Policy 7, which is to promote civic engagement among the environmental justice community residents. Additional examples from here are EJ Objective 7.7 and 7.8. Objective 7.7 focuses on making county maps and visual tools more accessible to community members, and EJ 7.8 focuses similarly on increasing access to technological resources for community members, such as hardware and software. And overall, Policy 7 is focused on community engagement, and this is as much as an ongoing process during the implementation process of the environmental justice element as it was during the development of the element itself. Next slide, please. This slide highlights 2 actions from Policy 7, and both of them are related to culturally relevant engagement. The first action is about continuing to coordinate interdepartmental coordination, especially on culturally relevant communications between county departments and the communities. And the second action is about preparing communication strategies for county departments to work with community members, especially those who do not speak English. Next slide, please. This slide shows all 3 objectives from Policy 8, which is to promote safe and sanitary homes. The policy aims to improve the condition and quality and affordability of housing, and all the 3 objectives under here support that initiative. The first objective is focusing on encouraging the rehabilitation of substandard living conditions for folks, and the second objective is focused on encouraging housing that meets the needs of the community members. And the last objective is focused on improving the safety of homes and preventing any resident displacement, especially with affordable housing. Next slide, please. This slide shows 2 example actions that are under Policy 8. The first action is about continuing programs for housing improvements for community members, and the second is about preserving affordable housing units. Next slide, please. Policy 9, which is a policy of prioritizing the needs of environmental justice communities, does not have any unique objectives or actions tied to it. Rather, it pulls from what we heard from community members and what their needs are across all the policies and objectives and actions in the entire environmental justice element. And one community need that we heard from all of the environmental justice communities is the need for additional recreational facilities, and that is reflected here on this slide, and especially in objectives EJ 1.1, 1.2, and 3.1, which address making further improvements to recreational facilities. Next slide, please. To wrap things up, that concludes staff's presentation on the environmental justice element content and policies. Please note that we have presented every single policy and objective that is in the environmental justice element to your commission today, and we also have provided you with some example actions that are in that. But for the full list of all 100 action items in there, please go back to the implementation matrix, which is Appendix A. Now we will quickly go through the last steps of the environmental review and our recommendations to your commission. The project is exempt from CEQA under Section 15061B3. No physical development is proposed or approved as part of this project, and no changes in land use or zoning regulations are proposed. So no significant environmental impacts would occur as a result of the proposed project. Any future physical projects that come out as a result of the environmental justice element may need to complete CEQA on their own. Next slide, please. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission make the required findings for approval, determine that the general plan amendment is exempt from the provisions of CEQA, and adopt a resolution recommending that the board adopt the proposed general plan amendment. Next slide, please. Thank you, and staff is now available to help answer any questions. As at our last hearing, we also would recognize all the county staff and affiliated agencies that are in attendance here, both in person and on Zoom. Thank you so much for coming out and supporting us today, and they are also available for any questions if any commissioners have questions related to their specific department or to their specific action item. Thank you.
Thanks very much. We'll move into the clarification question phase. I just have a quick one before I recognize Mr. Park, and that is, can you give some idea of what determined the time frame of these phases? They say short-term, mid-term, long-term. What does that actually mean? What might be short-term?
Chair Ford, thank you for that question. The intention is a short-term item is something that can be attained relatively quickly. It's something that's already happening or can happen with the near future. Whereas a midterm may require additional resources, additional collaboration in order to set that up. Whereas a longer term is either something that will take a while to get set up, or is, for in the case of a continuing action, it's something that we're committed to indefinitely.
So I was trying to get at actual time frames. Like, are we talking 6 months, 90 days? Do you have any thoughts about that will be guiding?
Chair Ford, Commissioners, I would generally say short term would normally be something within the next couple of years, whereas midterm would be 3 to 7 year kind of time frame, and then long term would probably extend beyond that. Those are just kind of rough estimates, but that's kind of it gives you a sense of the ballpark of what we're thinking of.
Okay, great. And then just in terms of the notation on the phases, how does someone, some of them are noted as phase 3, but continuing and ongoing. So they're already happening, but then they become part of phase 3. Could you kind of clarify that?
Sure, Chair Ford, thank you for that question. Yes, so those are actions that are already existing, but we're committed to over the long term and specifically committed to focusing on the environmental justice communities through the implementation over the long term.
Oh, thank you. I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Park now, please.
I think Mr. Cooney's light was on first, or was this another one example of your light going on? I don't see it anymore. Okay, good enough, good enough. That's a tough one there. We got to work on that. My questions is kind of one big question, and that is whether staff can find some of the suggestions I've sent to staff earlier as appropriate edits, okay? And as a little bit of background for those in the audience, I was, I think, the moving party when we continued this at the last hearing, and there were a few things I wanted to address in this period of time between hearings. One, I wanted to personally go through the element, now that I'd understood what some of the comments were and objections, to determine whether I saw something that looked like a regulation. I promised to do that. I wanted to provide more time for the public to look at this and make comment. And I wanted to take the letters we had, which weren't very many, but they were really comprehensive. One was from the grower shippers, and one was from Santa Barbara Trails Council, and then we had some comments at the hearing that were very specific. And I wanted to see if we could address those to, make it more clear that this was not a regulatory document, okay? So I met with staff so that I could better understand what this element was, and to go through those preliminary thoughts. And then I said I would prepare some suggestions for edits, send them to staff, which I've done, and I'd like to go through that now. I put them in PowerPoint form. It's seven substantive slides, and there's not very much on each slide. And then maybe you, Ms. Carlson, or any of the rest of you could comment on, is that something you see fit to edit without ruining your document? Okay, let's go to the next one. This is in section 1.6, which is sort of the general, a statement of general purpose of the element. And I thought that it would be useful to add these two particular kinds of statements. I'm not suggesting this is using those very words, but you word them into what fits. And one, to make it clear there's no intention for this element to produce regulations. It's not producing regulations. There are no regulations in it. And I found that there were none when I went through it. But I think sometimes, and this is the benefit of my drafting experience for 50 years, it's good to be really as clear as possible. So I think that would be good to add that. And that there's no intention in this to regulate development. Okay? This is, as we know, an element that addresses how the county will prioritize things. It's not really meant to regulate development by itself. It's not meant to at all. And this is development in the larger definition of development, which is just about anything that goes on that we would address under the Land Use and Development Code. Okay, so is that one you can work with? Okay, and
Commissioner Park, through the chair, I think probably what would be helpful is if you can just kind of walk through all of your
them?
slides, and then
okay, let's do that then.
And then we can follow up after that.
I like that idea. Let's go on to the next one. And this is in chapter 2, at the very beginning, on environmental justice communities. And these are communities that are burdened and low income. And I think it's important to state the general scheme that we're following the state requirements. Okay, to one, identify these communities that are low income and burdened by environmental issues, and two, create county policies not to regulate, but to give priority to how to address those needs. Now we'll move into the matrix, I think. No, not one more. This one was important. An issue came up involving oil and gas wells, where we had a map, and it showed, the intent was to show communities that were within 1 mile of oil and gas wells, or maybe you'd look at it the reverse, oil and gas wells that are within a mile of communities. And there was some concern that this was adding a new layer of regulations. Because as many of you know out there, we have state law now that prohibits certain activities and regulates certain activities within, I think, is it 3,250 feet of residential areas? And that, gosh, were we now expanding that 3,250 feet just here in Santa Barbara County to 5,280? And so I thought it would be useful to be clear about that. So when we map these wells in relation to communities within 1 mile, it's not intended to make a conclusive determination that there's some risk there, okay? It's not intended to justify additional regulation. It's just to focus attention on those nearby communities. Why do you need to do that? As a practical matter, we want to look for potential problems from the oil and gas wells, but we have to draw limits somewhere. You know, it can't be the entire world. 1 mile is somewhat arbitrary, but it at least causes us to focus on that section. And it's, I think, useful that it's not the 3,250 that's in the state regulations, because then that would cause us to confuse what we're doing here, which is just looking at issues as opposed to having prohibitions. So that's my recommendation, to be more clear here on why we're mapping these environmental burdens, especially in relation to oil and gas wells. Let me go on. Now we're in the matrix. Action Environmental Justice 1.2 refers to promoting public facilities, and I saw, I think it was in the, it would have been in the Trails Council letter, asking that we make a specific reference to parks, open space, and trails as these facilities. And I see no harm in that. I think that'll be useful, those specific examples. Next slide. Really the exact same thing when we're on the policy 3, which talks about promoting physical activities. That, well, okay, let's increase access to parks, but let's specifically refer to parks, open space, and trails. Next slide. We're getting there. Now we're talking about improving air quality. That's what policy 4 is. And action 4.2 is about fire fuel reduction. I thought, let's be specific about that. So let's refer to prescribed burns, animal grazing, that's like when I bring my sheep out, and mowing or other machinery type things that removes brush. Let's go to the next one. On reducing exposure to pollution, an issue that came up at our last hearing was the reference to large-scale hazardous waste management facilities, or rather just to hazardous waste management facilities. And the current language uses the word disallow. The problem that some of us saw in that was, what exactly is a hazardous waste management facility? And if we say disallow, that we have a policy to disallow, that sounds like regulation. It sounds like prohibiting. And we could have some confusion with something as simple as a compost pile and saying, is that as a hazardous waste management facility, and are we disallowing it? So we could have some unintended consequences. And that's another thing I spoke about at the last hearing. I wanted to avoid unintended consequences. So the recommendation is, let's change the word disallow to limit. Let's change the word prevent to limit. And then when we get to the part about updating regulations, where it says, we'll update regulations if needed. Well, if needed, it's based on the health needs reassessment that would occur in that action, so that there's a basis for it. And I think that's all I have. Let's see. Yep. So can they work for you?
Commissioner Park, through the chair. So yes, as you indicated, we had met and we did discuss these issues. We did look at the language of the document to see where these changes would be appropriate and whether or not we had any concerns with them or issues. And so we have proposed some language, based on that feedback and from some of the comments and questions we heard in the comment letters, as well as at the last hearing, to, as you indicated, just to provide some clarification on the purpose and intent of this document and avoid any confusion as to the purpose and intent of some of the objectives and action items. So I'll let, we pulled that up here. I'll let Ms. Carlson walk through those edits, but essentially they are in line with what you just indicated, and I think hopefully it would address some of the issues and concerns we've heard.
Thank you. So the text shown on this slide is for section 1.6 of the environmental justice element, and the red bold text is new text that we could add, as you referenced, to increase the clarity of the intention of the document. And the text that's shown in a deep red that's strike through would be omitted just to increase the clarity regarding our intent, as you referenced. The second section you brought up is Chapter 2. And staff agrees that we could better clarify how we use the data that's shown, as you mentioned, in the maps, in the mapping matrix, that there was a two-step process. The first was to identify the sources, and the second was to look into the needs and the priorities of the environmental justice community. So the text shown on this slide in bold red font could be added to better clarify this. In the environmental justice element in Chapter 2 above Section 2.1. And we did include Section 2.1 there in green and black font just to provide a little bit of context of where exactly this would go within the document. An additional opportunity to better clarify this would be to add some additional introductory text regarding the disproportionate environmental burdens. And we would move this section on disproportionate environmental burdens up in the document so it came directly after Section 2.1, so that it's more clear that this is connecting to the environmental justice community's mapping requirements. Moving on to the actions you mentioned in the matrix, we agree our intention with the words recreational facilities was inclusive of the type of facilities you reference, parks, open space, and trails. So we could make the addition of the text shown in red on this slide in order to better clarify and just be more specific that these are types of recreational facilities under this action. And similarly, we could add the same text to EJ 3.2, Action A, just to add some clarity there. Also, after our August hearing, we did have a follow-up meeting with the Air Pollution Control District just to get a little bit additional clarity regarding EJ 4.1. And they clarified that this is a current action that they have been implementing and will continue to through the environmental justice element. So we could clarify this by changing this text from black to green within the environmental justice element, as well as adding the specific text you see in red bold font on this slide. And again, we clarified and are proposing some additional text to the objective as well, just to be very clear that this is all related to existing standards, not new standards that would be developed because of the environmental justice element. Under Policy 4, Action EJ 4.2B, we agree that the text that was currently in there for fuel reduction efforts was intended to be inclusive of the different fuel management efforts our county fire department currently deploys, but we could be more clear in specifically including them as shown in the red text on this slide. For Objective 4.3, staff did intend other initiatives to be inclusive of initiatives that are incentives similar to grant fundings. So just by adding this word similar before initiatives, we feel we could better clarify that for the public. Under Policy 5, Objective EJ 5.2, we agree it would better clarify our intent, as you mentioned, to replace the words disallow and prevent with limit. For Policy 5, Action EJ 5.3B, we recognize that the terminology in this action may be causing some confusion. And so by changing the word buffers, deleting the word buffers and replacing that with setback requirements, as shown in bold red text on this slide, will better clarify staff's intention of protecting existing sensitive land uses from proposed new heavy industrial uses, which was our intent with this action. And finally, for Action EJ 5.5A, we agree that we could better clarify the intention of this action by specifically stating that any updates that would be needed, the basis of that would be determined by the health needs assessment. Thank you.
Well, you did a much better job than I did in wording the concepts, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Mr. Martinez.
Yes, thank you. And I want to acknowledge up front that, I was one of those people that had a lot of questions when this first came about, and staff did make an effort to try and contact me, and I failed to see the email, and we tried this afternoon, but I'm going to do my best, because my goal is not to be hostile or obstructive, but to best understand what's in front of me. And what I'd like to do is, ma'am, you just had a slide up there, 5.3B. Okay. Now, to me, and I recognize what Commissioner Parker is trying to is offering there, and I like what he's offering there, but when I'm reading this edit, setback buffers, changing it to setback requirements, to me that's synonymous. I mean, it's the same thing, okay? But I liked the original essence of saying we're not trying to create new regulations, but in this, when I'm reading, the word that causes me the concern is adjust. That is actually taking efforts to regulate what are the setback requirements. That's why I have that concern, and that I think it contradicts what we were saying of trying to create regulations. The other one, you had a policy for as to EJC 4.1. You have that slide up there. Okay. Now, when I'm looking at this, it says continue to review and update county regulations. Again, that I see as an effort to regulate. I think that's what we were trying to say when the purpose came out from what Commissioner Park was saying is we're not trying to regulate here. So that's the language which I'm having trouble with when we're saying action is to update county regulations. That to me, I'll say, is regulating. So my question, which I just posed about probably half hour ago or something like that, which the staff was, I'm trying to understand what is in environmental justice community. Are we just, when I'm reading the code section that's been recited about here again and again, and I've taken my time to read that, which is Government Code Section 65302. I'm reading this code to say an environmental justice community is where people are living. Los Alamos, I think you can pretty much outline the boundary of where the majority is living. You got the post office right there in the center. You got the flagpole. Casmalia, you go to Hitching Post, you're kind of right into the beginning of Casmalia, and you have pretty much the houses that surround it. Is an environmental justice community not just those areas, but the surrounding peripheral areas? That's what I'm having trouble, because when I'm reading this, it says in the community. That's what I'm trying to figure out when we're saying. You can point out any of those and explain it to me and educate me on what an environmental justice community is.
Sure, Commissioner Martinez, through the chair, appreciate that question. Yeah, an environmental justice community is the population, the census designated place where those community members reside. So we are really looking at that community, not outside of it. We don't have any health data as of now that indicates that anything happening outside of those communities is impacting the health of the community members. But it could be that there was something happening outside of the community that could impact the health of those community members.
Okay.
Commissioner Martinez, through the chair, just to give an example. So let's take Casmalia, for example. One of the big issues in Casmalia is the Superfund site that's not in Casmalia, but it's adjacent to or nearby. And so while the focus is certainly on protecting the health and well-being of the members of the community, I think the document and sort of state guidance recognizes that there may be adjacent or nearby land uses or activities that can impact or affect those communities. Take drinking water, for example. The source of that drinking water may not be in the community itself, but might be nearby the community, but maybe it has some pollutants in that is affecting the health of the community. So I think that's maybe what you're seeing here is some of the policies do address adjacent or nearby land uses or issues that may affect the environmental justice communities, if that helps make sense.
No, and that makes complete sense to me in regards to, I mean, that's an example that nobody can ignore. I mean, you have a Superfund site there that probably has no more funds to even other than just to monitor it, and the effects upon the water quality can have a detrimental impact upon that community rather than the surrounding community. And I can see the reach to that. And I think that would probably be the exception is what I'm looking at, because that's where I'm getting into these, when I'm reading I can't even read without my glasses anymore, but when I'm reading the policies, like for instance, policy 6, reduce unique or compound health risk within the EJC. I think that's what the code says. It's within the environmental justice community. And so that's why I was asking the question as to the peripheral areas, which I have a problem saying, while I don't agree with that, the Superfund site, how it can have an impact on water. I mean, that's just putting horse blinders on in regards to me. I just can't say that in good faith. And then you say improve air quality within the AGC. That's policy number 4. I completely agree that we're focused on the community in itself. Now, but then when I get into, like, let's say, on your production of connect local farmers to EJC, you say, which I think we're getting into some considerable considerations, where you say healthy and affordable food. What is healthy? I mean, we get into that subjective versus objective. And if it means organic, well, organic food, I mean, is not affordable. That's probably the most expensive food you're going to be getting your hands on. So, and in regards to farmer to consumer models, I don't know why we're looking into that. And I'd appreciate your feedback in regards to that. Are we trying to create a market scenario, or that if I'm in a small community, I only have one supermarket or one food store to go to, therefore I'm stuck where I'm at? Is that the concept that's being looked at? And then you look at EJ 3.1, increase culturally relevant opportunities. I don't know what culturally relevant means in regards to this thing. I'm having problems in regards to that. And then the elements about air, about clean air. I mean, to me, when I'm reading this, there's an assumption that environmentally justice communities don't have clean air. But I would think that Los Alamos probably has cleaner air than we have here in Santa Maria, with all the congestion we have with automobiles and so forth. So I'm looking at, at the elements of whether we're being able to stay away from making the assumptions and making that assumption the guide of our objective. Because I agree that when I'm looking at this, it's almost like an electoral system. These small communities really don't have a voice to the larger population places. Are we trying to empower them so that they are not forgotten? And that's why I think that historically why the electoral process came around. At least that's my history lesson from what I was reading. So, like, limit pesticide exposure to farm workers, that's really getting into worker environment, isn't it? Because we're not talking about using farm workers within the community. True, they may live in the community, but aren't we going outside of the EJC if we're getting into that? That's what I'm looking at. So my concept here is my main concern is this, is if we define the EJC and we look within it and address the needs within it, I'm all for that. I get it. And if we're not trying to open up regulations and trying to regulate, I'm all for what Commissioner Park is about, what he presented today. That made complete sense to me. But I kind of feel that there's still tangible and elements of regulating in here is what I'm getting at. And I want to stay away from that in relation, as much as we can. But I'm peppering you with stuff, and it's my fault, and I'm going to say this in public, it's my fault that I didn't have this discussion with you all before today. But this is, again, despite it being my fault, this is my opportunity to at least address with you what I'm seeing here. And I'm hoping that from that barrage that I just gave you, I can have maybe a couple of answers from it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Martinez, through the chair. There was a lot in there, so I'll try to answer a few of those, but I'm sure I might miss something, so I'll look to my colleagues to assist. Talking about the healthy access to healthy foods, let's start there. So, Santa Barbara is rich with fresh produce, all grown. We have an amazing abundance of fresh food, healthy food. We're not talking about organic. You can have healthy food that's not organic, so it's not really an issue of that. But a lot of that fresh produce that gets grown in the county doesn't necessarily find its way to these communities as maybe as much as it should, given its proximity. So things like mobile farmers markets that can come to these communities to give access to these fresh, healthy foods to these communities, or incorporating them to school lunch programs, things like that. those are the types of opportunities or activities that we'd be looking for to promote that access and implement that policy. With regard to air quality, yes, I think Santa Barbara County as a whole has very good air quality, unlike a lot of environmental justice communities probably across the state in more industrialized areas. But that doesn't mean there's not opportunities there to reduce air quality risks or health hazards. For example, during a wildfire, making sure that residents of these communities have access to air filters or to masks. You know, a lot of it comes down to they might not. Los Alamos doesn't necessarily have worse air quality than downtown Santa Barbara, as you pointed out. It might have better. But many of these communities might not have the resources or set up in their homes to be able to protect themselves against hazards that we might all face. Again, that's just another example where we're not saying we're going to regulate air quality in Los Alamos any different than we would regulate air quality elsewhere in the county. It's just, another action under air quality is monitoring. We have various, APCD has various monitoring equipment throughout the county, and perhaps there's opportunities to expand some of that monitoring equipment to some of these communities if they don't already have it. Those are the kind of things we're looking for or looking at with this document. And yes, maybe there is some spillover to, when you take air quality, obviously it knows no boundaries, right? So there might be some spillover where the policy addresses or affects other activities or things that occur outside of the boundaries of that community, but it still has a bearing and impact on those lives. So I'm sure I didn't answer all your questions, but just a sprinkling there. I think you had a question on culturally relevant, and I'm going to let Ms. Carlson answer that question. And then if there's other things I may have missed or we may have missed, feel free to remind us.
Thank you. Commissioner Martinez, through the chair. Yeah, the intention between the cultural relevant opportunities is things like dance. Cultural arts are great opportunities for physical activities, and there may be interest in the community to do that. But if we don't talk to the community and take the time to understand what their interests are related to physical activity, we might not understand and identify those opportunities. So the idea is to work with the community members to understand if there are ways to enhance programming or maybe just support them in programming that they already have.
I remembered one other thing, if I could, Commissioner Martinez, through the chair. The issue of buffers versus setbacks. Part of why we were suggesting that change is when we talk about it in the code, when we talk about buffers, really the only place that comes up in the code is our agricultural buffers. We have an agricultural buffer policy which comes into play at the urban-rural boundary where you have agriculture adjacent to an urban residential use. And there's a requirement that when you're developing new urban residential uses adjacent to rural agriculture, that there be a buffer provided. And the buffer is not on the ag, it's on the adjacent residential. Really, I think the intent of that action was more focused on, as was mentioned in the objective, heavy industrial uses. And the term buffer doesn't really come up in that context. It's more about setbacks. And in those instances, it is the heavy industrial use that needs to be set back from surrounding sensitive land uses. The code already establishes a distance. I believe in most instances, it's at least like 500 feet from any sensitive land use or residential land use. So there already is that requirement in place. I think that action in there is to look to see and just gauge whether or not that 500 feet is sufficient to protect health. And probably in most instances it is. And I don't know that there's a scenario where that would be increased, but it's just ensuring that there's no conflicts when you're citing a heavy industrial use adjacent to a residential community.
What is a heavy industrial use?
So we don't have a lot of those, honestly,
I'm
in
trying
the
to think
county.
of one. We don't have much manufacturing around here, which is what I'm thinking is
Right.
industrial use.
I worry I might get myself in trouble by
Then
coming
don't.
up with an example, so
Then don't.
I'll shy away from that.
Okay.
Thank you. I'd like Mr. Cooney's comment, and then we've got to go to public comment.
Oh, well, that's risky because I feel like I've got a lot of background that's not being addressed, and trying to understand what the county objectives are and what they eliminate. And just using the example of the Superfund site, which I learned a lot about years and years ago. What's the status now? I mean, is the county helpless if there are certain steps that could be taken to improve the life of the Casmalia residents, the lives? I don't want to go too far back because I know you've already climbed over these rocks, but I'd just like to know what kind of lines are set up that the issues that you're talking about today are appropriate, but they don't seem to get to some of the most crucial issues that we have in our environments.
Commissioner Cooney, through the chair, with regard to the Superfund site, I think the action reflects the fact that we don't have a lot of authority in that matter, honestly, because it is activity. The cleanup and monitoring of that site is not our responsibility. It's not the county's responsibility. It's a federal government's responsibility. So I think the action on that item is really just to make sure that the county, let's see, here's the language, establish a communication channel between the county and the EPA to monitor progress of site cleanup and communicate that to the residents. So we're really just kind of a messenger in that, just to make sure we understand what the status of that site cleanup is and that the residents are aware as well, or that the information has been communicated to them.
So just to follow up on that, it sounds like the county's efforts that we've touched on today, at least, are designed to be things we can do, things we have the legal right to get involved with. And there's no question that there's work to be done out there. And if it's turned over to another agency, state or federal, I think we have to be honest about that, what we're doing is trying to take little steps rather than giant steps, and it's still worth doing.
Commissioner Cooney, through the chair, I think that's right. I think we were careful not to overreach or overcommit the county to anything here that we didn't think we could reasonably accomplish or be successful at. And so it is taking little bites, incremental steps here and there where we think we do have those opportunities and where there are the gaps, perhaps in services or facilities, helping these communities, and where those opportunities are to help support and fill in those gaps.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now on to public comment, please.
All right. I only have one physical speaker slip in my hands. If anyone here in the room would like to speak, make sure to turn one in. For those of you joining online, raise your virtual hand if you'd like to speak on this item. And so far I have one speaker online and one physical speaker. Which one would you like to start with?
Let's go with physical.
Okay, great. Our first speaker is Lauren Parched.
Good afternoon, Chair Ford and Commissioners. My name is Lauren Parch, and I'm the Staff Attorney and Environmental Justice Outreach Coordinator at the Environmental Defense Center. EDC is a public interest nonprofit law firm with the mission of defending nature and advancing environmental justice on California's Central Coast. We truly appreciate the work that the county has done in making significant progress on drafting an environmental justice element. As an initial matter, we reiterate our prior request to hold more hearings on this item, not only with Spanish translation, but also during the evening, to better enable the participation of a diverse group of community members. As we noted in our comment letter, the EJ element should, and in some cases must, be modified to meet the requirements of Senate Bill 1000. First, the county should conduct more community engagement to ensure that all qualifying EJCs are protected. The county relied on census tract level data from CalEnviroscreen to identify EJCs, which does not convey pollution characteristics on a small community scale. The California Department of Justice has advised that counties compensate for this limitation of CalEnviroscreen data by conducting community engagement to help identify EJCs, and not just after those communities are identified. There is no evidence that the county did this, so we urge the county to conduct additional outreach to confirm that it has accounted for all qualifying EJCs. The county also fails to explain how communities that qualify as EJCs but are not currently listed will be protected by the element. The county assures that its policies will apply to all communities within its jurisdiction that meet the definition of an EJC, whether or not they have been mapped as such, but does not explain how the county will recognize such communities as it implements its policies. Second, the majority of the objectives fall short of actually reducing the environmental burdens on these EJCs. As we explain more in our letter, many of the policies lack specificity and are too vague to be binding on future county decisions, making them legally inadequate under SB 1000. The county must also add policies that specifically reduce groundwater and surface water pollution, given that many of the EJCs have some of the worst groundwater and surface water pollution in the entire state. In conclusion, we urge the county to prepare a revised draft of the EJ element that addresses these deficiencies, which we describe in further detail in our comment letter, and to hold additional hearings on that draft. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Staff, would you like to make any comments?
Well, I have a quick
public
question.
comment. Sure.
You've seen what have been identified of EJCs. What community do you think is missing from that list?
We aren't personally aware of any specific communities. We weren't engaged in part of the outreach, but we just understand that the method of first identifying communities as low income and then identifying which of those communities are disproportionately burdened by environmental hazards has been recommended by the state to not just consider CalEnviroscreen data, but to also conduct community outreach, just because using CalEnviroscreen data only accounts for kind of a broad brush, high level data set for pollution. And so it's important to dig a little deeper.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And our second public comment?
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Claire Weinman, and then we'll move on to our online speakers.
Good afternoon and welcome, Chair Ford. My name is Claire Wyman. I'm the president of the Grower Shipper Association of Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo counties, and we represent growers, shippers, farm labor contractors, and supporting agribusinesses in northern Santa Barbara County. We appreciate responses to some of our initial comments and remain concerned about some of the fundamentals in approach, policies, and identification of certain EJ communities. We'd like to highlight a few key points from our most recent letter submitted by SOMAC, Simmons, and Dunn on behalf of the association. To begin, SB 1000 or the Attorney General's best practices do not require any level of specificity. EJ policies and actions can and should be general. We ask for Appendix A and other overly prescriptive requirements be removed. As drafted, there are new regulatory requirements that may conflict with or impede with existing and extensive regulatory requirements and state and county plans and policies, resulting in significant impacts to agricultural operations, businesses and earning opportunities for rural residents, and the local economy. For example, could staff in 10 to 20 years look at a member's operation and consider them to be industrial or hazardous and therefore impose new restrictions? We further point out the flaws of including entire census tracts that are composed largely of ag operations as EJCs, especially for Gary and Sisquoc. And if you zoom in, you'll see that on the map that both are pretty big red circles on the map, not just where the houses are, and to a lesser extent, Los Alamos as well. The most effective way to protect both ag uses and sensitive sites is to exercise good land use planning to proactively prevent land use conflicts and resulting issues. We request incorporation of the comments provided by the association to avoid significant adverse impacts to agricultural resources and the opportunities it creates in northern Santa Barbara County. This is also essential to qualify for the CEQA exemption. We look forward to these comments being addressed and moving the EJ element forward with the revisions outlined in our detailed written comments. And just quickly to recap, the ones of most concern include but aren't limited to 1.2, Policy 4, especially 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, and 4.4, 5, especially 5.1, 5.2, 5.3, 6.1, 6.2, 7.1, 7.5, and Appendix A. Thank you.
Thank you. And now our online speakers.
Sorry. Our next speaker will be Juan Larez, to be followed by Francis Romero.
Hello, good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for your time. My name is Juan Larez. I'm the Project Director at the Central Coast Climate Justice Network. We're a coalition of social and environmental justice orgs, traditionally environmental organizations as well, working across the region. We appreciate the county's effort to develop the EJ environmental justice element as required under Senate Bill 1000, and we thank staff for providing Spanish interpretation during the session. We also recognize and appreciate that the county engaged community organizations such as the Promotores Network in developing this element, and that collaboration was an important step. Now, as the element moves closer towards finalization, deeper engagement with those same communities is central to ensure the policies truly meet their needs. We also appreciated the county reaching out to our network via EDC during our initial letter, inviting us to help mobilize community representation. While that outreach was a positive gesture, the timeframe was too limited for meaningful participation. To truly advance environmental justice, this element must go further. It requires meeting communities where they are, considering time, location, and accessibility, and recognizing the real challenges and fears many residents face when engaging with public institutions. This is especially important for immigrant, farm worker, and indigenous communities working in these EJCs, whose voices may have not always been included in these processes. Culturally relevant engagement and resources are essential to making this work inclusive and effective. That means providing information and participation opportunities in the languages, settings, and formats that reflect our region's diversity through trusted messengers, community-based organizations, and spaces where residents already gather. These approaches build trust and ensure that county policies reflect lived experience and local expertise. The element can be strengthened by ensuring it, A, includes enforceable policies that reduce pollution and environmental burdens in low-income and frontline communities. B, ensures meaningful engagement with Spanish, Mixteco, and indigenous language access from the start, not after the decisions are made. C, establishes a process to identify and protect unmapped and future environmental justice communities as conditions evolve. D, replaces vague terms like support or encourage with measurable actions and timelines. And finally, thoroughly addresses water contamination, pesticide exposure, and cumulative impacts which continue to affect rural communities. We respectfully encourage the Commission to strengthen these elements before recommending the EJ element to the Board of Supervisors, and if County moves forward with the current draft, we remain ready to support its implementation and help ensure community engagement stays central to the process. Thank you for your time, leadership, and commitment to this effort. We look forward to continuing to work together toward a more equitable and just future for Santa Barbara County.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Francis Romero, to be followed by Robert Ornstein.
Well, good afternoon, Chair Ford, Commissioners, staff, members of the public. My name is Francis Romero, and I'm speaking today as a resident of Guadalupe, California. I'm also a land use consultant. I've been doing planning for 25 years in our county as well as other counties. And I didn't really prepare any comments because I didn't think I'd get an opportunity to speak. I first want to thank Commissioners Park and Martinez for their comments. I agree with really pretty much all of them. And I want to remind everybody that we have a significant regulatory framework in Santa Barbara County that cover many of the very issues that the last speaker already spoke about. I would like to mention something very specific regards to certified farmers market, which is an incidental use in the county for most or some zones, and the LUDC section 35.442.180.f.2. And I'd like your planning commission to be reminded that in order to do a certified farmers market in really any zone designation in the county, it requires either a minor CUP or a CUP. So if we're talking about getting rid of barriers to fresh local fruit, food, and produce, not having to come up with a $3,000 deposit for a minor CUP for planning, another $1,700 for departmental fees and review, another $900 for environmental health permitting, plus the hourly rate at planning might be a good start. And I say this because it really shouldn't turn into such a difficult thing to do. If we're going to limit it to parking lot, you guys can put together some really basic things. If it's a temporary once a week use for no more than 6 hours and it takes up no more than a certain percentage of a parking lot, why are we turning this into an over $5,000 project that will take months, can be appealed? I think that would be a phenomenal thing to include as a way to make local fresh food more available to not only the environmental justice communities, of which I live in one, but to anybody in this county. So with that, I hope that some of the low-hanging fruit can be addressed, and I think that would be a super start. And I guess one last comment, if I have any time left, is there are existing ag buffers, and they are based on the type of agricultural uses, whether it's grazing or row crops. They do fall to the adjacent proposed projects, whether it's housing or really anything. So I think you'd be hard pressed in our county to find any heavy industrial zoning next to agricultural lands. I mean, on occasion, there are some housing designations that are impacted due to the setbacks. So I don't know. I think we have ample regulation in our county to ensure that things work and sometimes go rather slowly. Thank you.
Thank you.
And unless there are any other speaker slips, our last speaker will be Robert Ornstein. Mr. Ornstein, you just need to unmute your mic, please.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Perfect.
Okay. I am Robert Ornstein, an attorney who has been involved in environmental advocacy and litigation for over 40 years with environmental organizations, including the EDC. I'm speaking in an individual capacity. In my judgment and opinion, the draft environmental justice element requires significant improvement. Pages 6 through 8 of the EDC October 6th letter references objective EJ.5.2 as a single example of the draft environmental justice element adhering to and following the California Department of Justice's best practices for implementing SB 1000. This is then followed by 8 specific examples of failures to follow those very same best practices. This seems to reflect an inconsistent and impermissibly selective approach and practice in the preparation of the draft environmental element, and raises the following questions. Why follow some, but not all of the Department of Justice recommended best practices for implementing SB 1000? Is there a reason or justification for this selective approach to utilizing and following these best practices. If there is a reasonable justification, the public is entitled to know what they are. Will the final environmental justice element be revised to adopt and conform to the best practices regarding these 8 items, as was done in EJ 5.2? The objectives and actions must be more definite and specific to qualify as policies under SB 1000, which requires a specific statement that guides decision-making and indicates a commitment to the local legislative body to a particular course of action. That is currently lacking to a great extent. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that should be our last speaker.
Thank you very much. I'd like to give staff an opportunity to make any additional comments.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I think no comments from us. If there's any questions you have based on what you heard from members of the public that you'd like us to respond to, we'd certainly be happy to.
I do not see any request to speak from my colleagues, so I think it would be appropriate to call for the motion. Oh, deliberations? I thought we'd already sort of deliberated, but that's just me. Okay. Deliberations, please. Anyone would like to speak? Of course.
There you go.
Mr. Park.
That comes only after the second meeting. But there you go. I appreciate that my concerns are incorporated. I'm a little concerned about Mr. Martinez's concerns and whether those could be incorporated. Like I saw some of that language and I followed what Mr. Martinez was saying when it says, we'll update this. Maybe it's better to say we'll identify areas that may bear updating in the future or something like that would be a better language. I would, I'd like to have us at least discuss whether we should be continuing this hearing to accommodate what Ms. Parch had spoken about.
Thank you.
I'll say this.
Mr. Martinez, please.
I'll say this, that I'm in favor of continuing this matter because I would really like to sit down with staff. And I'm, again, mea culpa. It was my fault for missing the email and all that. But I can see a lot of work in this, and I can see a little bit of work to get this over the finish line, in my opinion. Because right now, as I sit here, I do see those sprinkles of regulation, and I'm not comfortable with that. If the motion was to go forward as it is, I wouldn't be supporting it, but I would welcome that opportunity of having some very considerable time with staff to address those things, because I understand. I like what Commissioner Park did. They met with staff, he came back with suggestions, staff had the time to react to it and to discuss it and to communicate and get those concerns addressed, but that's just me, and I'm just one of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cooney, do you have any thoughts?
Lots. I think we're on the right path. It's a question of how far we have time to go, given everything else that's before us. Speaking with Mr. Tuttle before we got started, my impression was that we should, at some point, deliver our feelings and decisions to our Board of Supervisors and let them call the shots on how much of their time and the county's effort can be, in their judgment, pursued. But otherwise, we risk going around in circles and not getting done.
Thank you. I I guess at this time, I'd like to know if there is a motion to approve with the edits that were added during the meeting.
So Madam,
Mr. Park?
Oh, well, I'm sort of answering your question.
Sort of?
Yeah, sort of. I would make a motion to approve if we first continued a motion to continue that I think Mr. Martinez wants. And maybe he ought to make that motion, and I would support that. But I don't know if that would be supported by the whole Planning Commission. And then if that failed, then I would personally make a motion to approve.
Yeah, I guess my inquiry would be, and I think Commissioner Cooney was suggesting this is there any time that we have to continue it within? I mean, is this something that has to go before the Board of Supervisors next month, or are we on a time crunch?
Commissioner Martinez, and through the chair, there's no hard and fast deadline to get to the board. So if your commission decides to continue, then we could work with that.
Well, in that light, I would make a motion to continue this to a later time. Is my motion then? Or did I cut you off in the middle of your?
Well, I was just gonna say that looking at the calendar, if we were to continue, I think our request would be for the November 5th hearing.
And I will say in public on TV, I will make a commitment to meet with staff before that time and enough time in which any of my concerns could be addressed in public. Thank you.
Then I think he just made a motion, right?
Yes.
I believe he made a motion to continue this to November 5th.
Then I'll second that.
And we have a second. With that in mind, Mr. Villalobos, will you call for the vote?
Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Commissioner Park.
Aye.
Commissioner Martinez.
Aye.
Chair Ford.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. There are no further items on today's agenda. So with that, this meeting is concluded, and we will re-adjourn in Santa Barbara, 9 a.m. on October 29th. Thank you all, and good afternoon.